We're going to watch the basketball game this morning. No, it's okay. I'm just going to talk for a second. As we slowly gather here, we're not in an immediate rush. Well, we're going to wait for the drum group to set up, and we're going to have the youth do their presentation. We're not in an immediate rush, but the youth did have their get-together yesterday afternoon. There was about six of them. They had a staff member there as well. They made some pretty good points, and all of them, there's about 5 or 6 of them, all of them will be given the chance to talk this morning, and we will hear from them along with the youth drum group, the Spirit River Singers. And hopefully sometime this morning we will get to see Chris, and we will hear from him. It was a sombering night yesterday, whether if you went to the arena or not. It is the time we all get together, see each other, be in the presence at least. Okay, that is a quick update of this morning, that we will have the youth presentations along with the Spirit River Singers.
Hello, Darren, Darren.
As for the washrooms, be mindful not to flush your Kleenex or paper towel. There was an overflow in the washroom this morning. One of our Matawa staff members were working all morning. So be mindful about your Kleenex and paper towel. When you go to the washroom, use the garbage can. If any, check, 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 check. Ooh, you turn this up a little bit. Mic check, mic. The wireless. There you go. There you go. Just doing a mic check, check. If any of the local staffers can call up your drum group and your local youth to get to the gym, we will look at starting at, if we could start within the next 15 minutes or by 10 o'clock at least, with the opening prayers from Bruce Sishis and our represented elder of Nishkandaga. Then the drum group, Speedwood River Singers, and then the youth presentations. They had their gathering there yesterday afternoon. There's probably about 5 or 6 of them, and they'll all be given the chance to speak. And that's how far we know at the moment, but after they speak, we may go around the table where we will give the chiefs a time to offer their condolences as we figure out what to do, what our next steps are. So after the opening and drum groups, we'll go around the table to the chiefs, just so they can offer their condolences and wishes for the community. So we start when the drum groups gets here and the youth group. If anybody of your local staffers want to invite the community members to come and join the youth group as they open at 10 o'clock, they'll be able to hear the youth presentations as well soon after the openings. So if any community members want to join in this morning, they are more than welcome to do so. We will wait for all other guys to get to their drum. Some of them were just jumping out of the shower, so they may need a few minutes. But it is very important for them to open it. And we will wait for them. After the openings, we will have the prayers first. Then the drum. Then we will have the youth presentations. There may be a few speakers. They will bring in a lot of great points, a lot of good points. What is needed within our communities? What isn't working? The lack of resources we have in our communities. We need those resources to come within our communities rather than our youth going out for high school or appointments. So they will make a good presentation. I will go directly to your hearts from there. We will start accordingly at 10 o'clock, but we will wait for all other guys to arrive. Thank you.
connected. Ladies and gentlemen, we could all come to our seats. If you're down the hall, if you want to join in with the opening, come on in. I want to welcome you all to our last day here at the Matawa First Nations Management 36th Annual General Meeting here in the Shikanaga First Nations. We were struck by tragedy, sad news yesterday afternoon. Sadly, it hit close to our host chief, Chris Munoz. There's a lot of family and relations here in the community. Some of our staffers even shared their houses, their accommodations were with the immediate family members or relations. As we heard from Chief Allen yesterday, where when there's a community struck with a tragedy or a loss, everything stops. Everything stops. It is out of respect that most communities do that, unless for some that out of the family request that to be able for such events to continue, like we had last night with music at least, just for people to get together as a community, as a whole, and be mindful and be respectful today. Be there for one another, be there for our youth. Make sure you know where your youth are today. And don't hesitate to join the drum group later as the opening come on. No, not yet. We're going to do the opening prayers.
So we'll have the opening prayer by Bruce Shishish.
Wachik. Greetings, everyone. Just have a moment of silence before we pray. And before I pray, I just want to say that share this from my heart that some thoughts that came to me when the young lady spoke yesterday. If you are battling mental illness, you are not alone. If you're struggling with mental illness, you are not alone. God the Creator is with you. He walks with you. Mental illness is not cool. It's not romantic. It's not fun. It's not stylish. Mental illness is a life-threatening. Mental illness is dangerous. The thoughts that I just want to deposit in your minds today. And as we pray, and I want to thank the Chief, the Council, and everybody, my boss, Stanley, Sharon, and Gordy. I want to thank them for giving me a chance to come and work for the the band, the Scantica First Nation. I thank you for that, Gitchimingwach. I'm going to pray for the families that are grieving, that are hurting. I'm going to pray for Jared. Got the bench again. Ginanash kumutin. Ano sa igisigaka. Ginanash kumutin nislapamata son. Pagiminiach otaski. I thank you for the life that you have given us, Father. I thank you for your comfort. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for your compassion. Thank you for your love. Thank you for the respect that I have here in this community from community members. I thank you. Strengthen the chief and council and all the frontline workers. School season or community go gamaka. It's like the skin and I got the bench again. Retreat Hajik. Mina Cheswenamachik and Osagi Shiganak. I thank you. Bless everything that we do today and the people that are traveling today, even the ones that are traveling right now, and even the ones that will be traveling after the gathering. I thank you. Minkas Kashemanto, to Sinakaso na Christ Jesus. Amen. Minkas.
Thank you. Ronnie Munias, our Nishkanika elder, can you do our prayer?
Okay, bonjour, good morning. Oh, magandang digo. National one kazan. And don't them. Ego migat. Eketun hoye. Kagion skying hoye. Agzi washik. Ani nigo ya. Kaina manji hogoen. Kimigat chendang. Ni wage gon. Nagaskage magan. Egon guys sick. Mauan, Scandamoan, Egon Zavago, and a Skagan. Ingege Darwin, community Niskandaga, Pungistan. Where guys sick, Egon guys sang, Kanago, Hondago Semen, Goni got the family. Kena ko huaga tang, ko esta ko siang geni not. O manito ko itimi ko. Sit no siang hoe. Kai siang nung kum tadi keuni. Eko ko no kama seot. Sit to mandoi ko no gena. Tri kano mandoi ne. Tri mas kamuat. Kati no ta no muat ke kon kaga ne dagadnik jota no muat kena ge esana ko ge gonga esena no hoya ga on sing hoya ga on hagen ut fan ge gotan sanagan ka skanda manana maut eskot kan ji se ge gon ge sanak se ge go ge bak teskagon Geistig, oh ja, waarschijnlijk gewoon geistig. Ego for direction. Ego wabanang gaging go. Shunji kanoma shank uma hikernak. Ego no komas gaging it go waban gabian. Shunji kanoma shank. Ego shawanang no command. Someone's kicking on the Ganama where I'm kind no one's on a good. And it is sang, and it drift me on where Anikiananong. Ego Shangabi Hanong. Kanomasnam. Kegin ego Jimigo Chikanomasyang. Wewene Suisang. Wewenige Vinagachitiang. One that is Kernang. Ego Wewenige Suisang. Kinip Mea Troy. Kegi Ego giget nang egin, ego etime go no komas, ego gegin me somas, ego etime gom, chui di shank, zeme jigabo yank, oe agi jigak, vejigo aki jigak, chui kaskitoang, chui mosyang mina, ego des tagan mosnam, nemo unjigabo wanan, kama oyang. Ego gende hinang kawis gendamang. Otavan mosnam ka oi naman johyang tumasko yang tumasko ndamang. Waga gizigak. Ego skana agatan mana gwana ga umwa kai sewat mayam. With the family. Ego ge gwana the brothers and the sisters. Kaya nanagatan mananak. Ego ske ha umaga ino art after machinok art. Nago chenge gatego the whole community setuk oe kai signo. Ego ge ha she se good mananak. Tanaga chigoing, tanaga tome going. Ego need to sing hoegi. Ego mando kegin ego etmego kanomasnam. Sa devis agendamang. Tawasin ka kastongan de meyayang huma. Akinga madasyang. Mama kegay ego etmego. Tasatako kiyang. Tuinanga na mosyang. Ego des nie egiston hoe. Ego migach.
Thank you, Ronnie Monias, for your prayer. I ask for those to remain standing. If you wish, stand around the drum as our local drum group, Spirit River Singers,
Thank you very much, Spirit River Singers. We will now turn things over to Chris, but at the meantime, all the youth representatives that are doing the presentations, you are to come to the front and grab a chair here. We may have to move. There's 8 of them. But for now, we're going to turn things over to Chris Munoz, our host chief from the Skanaka First Nation.
Bonjour, good morning. Good morning. I want to express my condolences to the family and their son, Alan and Marlene Munoz. Their son Jonah, who was 21 years old. Yesterday. This happened in Thunder Bay, one of the hotel rooms. That's where he was found, and I believe the postmortem will be in Toronto. I don't know if they send him there or not yet, but we haven't heard any updates. I should get condolences to Jonah's siblings, Warren, and he has a partner, he has his own family, Amy, Renita, Leyland, and Elena. Leland and Elena are younger brothers of Jonah, and Warren, Amy, and Renita are older siblings. Of course, our youth is deeply affected. This drum group, Magayawa, our youth, and may God get in him for your continued strength. Thank you. For opening your drum and for your nahigayak. And also, may God to the opening prayers. God take Homan Nahikang in this forum. Based on direction, normally, like that was discussed yesterday, normally we stop everything. But it is so important to hear the youth, how they feel, what they need, what needs to be done. We can't ignore them. Oganag youth. I don't know if I'm going to be here the whole day again, but I wanted to come and listen to the youth, to hear them and support them and what they need to say, what they need to express to the leadership here and to the other representatives here from each community. Because they didn't get a chance to speak yesterday. No guy's sick. I was asked by yesterday if she can talk again. B. Daban wanted to speak again, but there wasn't time. And also was asked by Antoine Munoz, our community member, our youth that's not living here. He wanted to speak, and I told him that I would let him speak. And those are things that I want to hear those youth, and then what we need to do, give us direction or to continue doing our work. And that's the only reason why, again, that's the only reason why I wanted to have this gathering, and the drum group wanted to drum. And like an informal gathering, so the youth can speak. So that's why I requested to have this, at least this morning anyway, to let the youth speak, and we can figure out what to do from there. Out of respect, one Dawag Alan. Alan has been, I've known Alan, and both Marlene and Alan all my life. Okay, they've been friends all my life. Sometimes we don't talk, but we still remain friends. The whole community is like that. Sometimes we don't see each other for months, or we don't talk to each other for months. But a lot of times when we're meeting or passing by each other on a road or whatever, we wave at each other. And maybe we say, the community, that's just a fact of life. I grew up with Alan and his other brothers in Magega Awaj. I've, communicated with them in one way or another. I continue to, it is a very close-knit community. When one guy's sick. And I talked about that in my opening speech, is that one of the biggest strengths we have as a community is we continue to help each other. We continue to assist each other when there's something happening in our lives, in our communities. And when we get sick, like one of the first things out of the blue, without even thinking about it, Gainin, when I heard this news, my granddaughter, and Jonah on, she was with Jonah. And, or she's still with Jonah. Anyway, and one of the first 3 people came up to me. Says, Hannah, okay, where is she? Like, Nini, I wasn't even thinking about that. And thank you, Dinaganag, that came to see me about my granddaughter, because she was okay. And that's what we got to do. We got to keep on listening to each other. We can't forget each other. And we got to keep each other's strength. And most importantly, the most important thing, gaining as a human being, as an adult, as a helper of this community. My biggest goal in life, the most important thing to me in my life, is to listen to the youth. That's who I work for. That's why I'm doing this. Migat.
Thank you very much, Chris. The youth we see here in front, they'll be talking, doing their presentations. They're going to introduce themselves. And there's designated speakers that they chose. And I'm going to pass the mic, and they're just going to go down and introduce themselves. And the first speaker will speak.
Kaya Muniz from Martin Falls, 24.
Bozo. Dallas Fisher from Gurugming First Nation, 26 years old. I'm the elder youth here.
My name is Bidape Muniz and I'm 13 years old.
Just introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi. My name's Billy. I'm from Ireland and I'm 21.
Hello, I'm Jimmy McCoop from Nibinavik First Nation, and I'm 23 years old.
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Traven Wabin Wesley from Constance Lake First Nation, and I'm 21 years old. 21.
Hi, my name is Antoine Meneas. I am 20 years old.
Okay, the first speaker. Is there one more? There's two more over there. If you want to come up to the front, we can provide chairs for you. Can you introduce yourselves there on the mic?
Hi, my name is Shara. I'm 15 years old. And I'm from Long Lake 58. My name is Jada. I'm 16 and I'm from Long Lake 58.
They chose who's going to go first, second, and third, so the first one can go now.
Before we get started with this presentation, I'd just like to say something really fast here. I want to start off by acknowledging these youth I'm sitting with here. You know, as we're talking about these what they want to see from Matawa, I've seen so much brightness coming from them. All of them are very smart. You know, all of them, they speak with passion, and they're going to be talking about those things today. But I also like to acknowledge them because it takes great, tremendous courage to come up here and speak from your heart. So I'd like to have a round of applause for these young people. With that being said, we're going to go over to our first speaker of this presentation.
We need vegetarian clinics in First Nations because we need them for our pets, address problems with dogs, or having to travel to Tibet or Dryden for care. Because of the additional travel costs. Food security, teaching youth how to hunt, fish, net, and harvest for, what does that say?
Which one? Additional?
Access to healthy or traditional community garden to fresh food costs, elders and shelter, a place to house elders with health mobility issues so they can stay in the community and be cared for by the community. Also provided to work training opportunity. Daycare center, more space for the kids. one worker only. Make it easy for the parents to work. Better place for learning. That way kids can get used to it or be ready for school.
Good morning, everybody. First off, I would like to say my deepest condolences to Jonah's family, especially my best friend April, that was her uncle, and everybody else in the family. One of the topics that I would like to speak about is mental health. I'm very big on mental health, and mental health is a very big topic, and a lot of people struggle with it. Yesterday, we had a youth pass away, and that really impacted on me, especially youth. Many youth don't know how to cope with what they're feeling or thinking, and I think a local treatment center or even a youth center would really do a lot for us. When I think of the thought of having a treatment center or a youth center, I visualize it open 24/7, especially for the youth that are afraid to ask for help or simply don't want to talk about it, because you don't know what a person goes through in their mind, you know? All my life, I've watched people struggle with addiction, and it's sad to watch people go through that, and I want to help them somehow. That's why I had the thought of having a local treatment center or a youth center. As previously said yesterday, what is Matawa gonna do for our communities? For the people that are struggling with addiction? Either drugs, alcohol, or something else. It's a sad reality that we live in. I think I can say this on behalf of all the youth here. We are very thankful for everything that you've done, but I think we need more. What I observe in Nishkanaga is when younger youth talk to older youth. What I said yesterday, when I have a friend that's like older than me but still a youth, I feel very comfortable talking to her, because I know some youth have been told, I'm one of them too, have been told that we shouldn't even be feeling this way. And when I talk to somebody, an older youth, I feel like I'm not getting judged for what I feel or think. That's my opinion personally. When I think of having a local treatment center, I think of it having traditional teachings, say like hunting, art history, traditional teachings like medicines and our language. I shouldn't even be speaking English right now on this presentation. I should be speaking our traditional language. All my life I've tried to learn our language, but somehow I can't. Like, I understand it, but I can't speak it. And I think a special program for that too, like a healing-based program with all our teachings, I think that would help a lot as well. Some lady gave me a dragonfly necklace, which I'm very grateful for. She gave me a reading about it, saying that the dragonfly is a symbol of change. I really do hope things change around here. Another thing is, I talked about this yesterday, but I'm gonna bring it up again. High school. Imagine having to go out to Thunder Bay at the age of 14 for high school. I already live in Thunder Bay, and I'll tell you this, I've been followed home after coming off the bus. After school, I've been followed home once. And I'm scared to go back out because of that. My mom too, she has to go out to Thunder Bay. We have to live out on Thunder Bay, me and my grandparents, because my mother has kidney failure and she has to go out for dialysis. Why can't we have that in the reserve? What is Matawa gonna do for our communities when we have to struggle with that? I'm very thankful for everything, but I think we need more. Miigwech for your time, and again, thank you for listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my people, my clan, our allies who are here with us, who work for the communities. I'd like to start off by saying I'm deeply sorry for the loss that happened yesterday. For the family, the community, it must be a huge pain, and I'm sorry. For the drummers, they've lost a brother, and may he rest in peace. Okay. So I'd like to thank you all for being here and paying attention. I don't hear chattering anymore in the back, which is good. I'm going to start off with some bullet points that I didn't get the chance to speak of yesterday because we ran out of time. But my two main points I'll finish with. So first things first, I'm going to touch on local challenges in my community. I'd say what we need to help those adults with addictions, either drugs or alcohol, the parents, right? Or aunties and uncles, or cookums and grandmas, or older cousins, or older siblings, whoever looks after their the child or whatever. And as they are addicted to this, and how are they supposed to work? And because it's years of dependency on said drug or whatever substance. And then if you completely go cold turkey, you're out for like a year straight. You can't work, so how are you going to feed the kids? You can't work, how are you going to watch the kids? How are you going to wake up in the morning doing laundry, making breakfast for the kids for school, right? So what I'm saying is something that'll help in terms of finances and food to live is a food bank, not just for my community and every community. A food bank, because I could tell you, I would go to school hungry, starving, all right? For no moral fault of anyone, right? And I think we actually did have a food bank when I was growing up. It got canceled when I was 8 years old for some odd reason. So I think a food bank would be able to allow children to eat and have a source of food so the parents can have some help while they recover from said addiction. All right. Now we're going on to touch on mental health real quick for us younger people in particular. Everyone here, everyone here is like 25 plus mainly. There's only like 20 of us younger people here. So you guys were all born before pre 9/11 basically, all right? So us kids, we grew up with the internet, dealing with the social standards of European social standards, the ideals of money, luxury cars and luxury clothes. This is what we see online. And then we reflect and look at our community. We're starving, we're poor, right? And what it does. And you could laugh, but it fucks up not just the kids, the older people as well. I don't know why you would laugh, but anyways. So, what I need you guys to be aware of is us younger folk, we're facing a problem that no humans before you guys ever faced, all right? And we're in our formal years dealing with this. Not even like we were born into this, dealing with it. Next bullet point. Another local one, an issue with community residents living along the highways is it's a main artery of Canada, right? So all Canadians travel through it. And what happens in my community along Highway 11 at Constance Lake First Nation is we have strangers. I mean, okay, we welcome all visitors. They contribute to the economy. It's great to meet new people. But what has happened over the past 2-3 years since the pandemic is we've been having strangers in vehicles driving around our reserve, asking children or telling children that their parents asked them to drive them home. And we actually had a few cases of like 2 kids getting in the back of strangers' vehicles. And then it's crazy. So that's an issue that I don't know. Security, I guess, at entrances, I don't know. So like she said, we're getting followed because we're a minority, we're vulnerable, right? We're not, the friggin' white child, right? We're seen as lesser. Okay. Okay, that's my last bullet point. So we'll get on to my main points now. Okay, something affecting every community and like all around the nation, I guess, is once school is over, after 3:30, 4:30, whatever, I can tell you from personal experience, me and my friends, we would hang out after school and do what? Smoke weed, right? You wanna know why? Because there's nothing to do in a reservation. There's no public libraries, no youth centers. Everything closes, and we're just left to our own thoughts dealing with said feelings of like dealing with online society, and then we look around our community and there's not even like a building that we can go to. So we're all in our houses, in our basements. We all go together in a circle, smoke weed on weekends. Us younger, underage people, not under 19, we just freaking drink alcohol on the weekends. because there's nothing to do. So what I'm asking, and which should be in place in every community, is like a youth center, so when school is over and during summer hours and during holidays, Christmas, blah, blah, keep the building open 24/7. I don't know. In my community, we have this public building that uses key fobs, and we didn't have no problem. No trash, no stealing, no drug use there. So if you have a key fob system and security cameras there, you won't need to hire staff to constantly be there 24/7, is what I'm saying. One sec. And so I guess if you guys don't even want to introduce that, well, why not? Well, we're already living without it, all right? The younger people are addicted to drugs, we're drinking alcohol, we're dealing with all these issues, both societally and mentally, and it's already in place. So we're already dealing with it when it's not in place right now, so why not? Well, we're dealing with it right now, so if we can introduce some youth centers, then maybe it'll lead to a positive change in the future, because there's nothing at the moment. Okay, final point. This one's important. This one's relationship building between our Matawa communities. Because I could tell you, this time last year, I had no idea Matawa even existed, let alone know other youths from other communities, right? Like, because the awareness amongst the youth is of our organizations. We're not reaching them. Like I said, like I'm 21. This time last year, I didn't even know this was an organization. 'Cause I feel like once we all go back home, we need to communicate to everyone that this is an I bet even adults don't even know this is an organization. I guarantee it. Anyways. So here's what I propose. So I have two requests or proposals, two ideas that will hopefully bear fruit within the next year or two, or we're gonna freaking come back here and with more deaths next year, right? So if you guys don't want to do nothing, that's up to you. So, first idea, an annual youth retreat for each Matawa community. Okay, let me preface this. I know there's NAN workers here, the chiefs, councils, you guys know about NAN? Oh yeah, NAN has a youth council, a youth organization. Well, they're doing nothing for us, right? Back in my res, NAN, well, I don't know, nothing's been happening. So I guess you guys are giving NAN a bunch of money and they're not doing nothing for us youth, so you guys gotta check out NAN, sus. Anyways. So what I'm proposing is a Matawa, using our organization right now, to create a youth part of it, right? And what I propose is an annual, so once a year, each community from each band, each nation will host, just like this community is hosting it. We can invite the youth, sign up all the youth, right? Ask whoever wants to come, and then get all those from other communities to like Airlands. And then boom, the youth will be able to mingle, build relationships, build connections, right? Because like, I don't know, 20 years from now, we're gonna be in your position. So it's good that we can introduce ourselves to each other and make connections and stuff. And it's not just that. That treatment would also expand the worldview of the youth, right? In terms of, because here in a remote community, even in my community, we live along a highway, it's so isolating. It feels like we're the only humans on earth, right? So having this will not only having that annual youth gathering, which will be rotated, which should be rotated to each community. So in the next 8 years, we could have there. It'll rotate. And just like Billie Jean said earlier, we could it could be like a week. I'm giving you ideas now. It could be like a week of just like what we're doing here. Give us lodges, or we can camp and learn traditional teachings and stuff. Like I could say from a personal experience, 3 months ago, my community held a youth retreat to Pegwa, which is our traditional hunting grounds, right? And there's like 12, 15 of us, so we are interested in it. We all loved it. We were all out in the bush. We were driving quads, going on rivers, fish, everything. We all loved it. So I know we want to do it. So that's why I'm asking, either implement this and start allocating funding towards it for an annual youth gathering, basically. And so yeah, it'll help us build connections for the future. It'll expand our worldview so we don't feel so isolated anymore, right? And, oh yeah, okay. So, said communities who live along highways like Constance Lake, Airland is close down south, Long Lake 58, I think. We live along highways, so we go to towns and cities like, I don't know, once a month, twice a month. But like a community here, a remote access community, or the other ones up north, like Ginukamin, right? Like you guys are more way up north, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, so what I'm thinking, okay, this is my second point. So this is the second point now that I'm going into, and final point, which will be an exchange between said communities. So, Constance Lake, we can have an exchange of our youth, exchange with the youth of this reserve, right? This nation, because it's remote access. We are along the main roads, so we see municipalities a lot and stuff. But here, you have to take a plane. During wintertime, you have to drive 6 hours down south, right? So, here's what I'm thinking. So with that exchange, we can get the remote access youth to our community, right? So they'll see how it is down here and be closer to, like, you know, municipality, like just how my reserve is. And for my youth from, or any community that's closer to a highway, we can come up here to remote access communities, right? Because we grew up next to said highway, and if we go back up here and learn how our people lived for thousands of years, hundreds of years, since time immemorial, and yeah, because like I said, I'm sure I'm sure youth will love it, right? So that's a second idea. And it'll also, you know, help build connections and expand worldview, just like the last point, right? So if we have an exchange from the Constance Lake youth come here, and then we meet the chief and council, we meet your lovely community, walk around, we can go to the sweat lodge fishing, yeah, and then build connections, right? Because I could say the youth in not only my community, probably everywhere, like I said, doesn't even know this organization exists, let alone that we're in a clan. We're Ojibwe clan, right? And I hope you guys take my proposal seriously, and their suggestions too. We need vets, healthcare, and something for not only the youth, but like adults to do after, and like, like a public library, right? Every township has a public library, and or like just like youth center, right? So that concludes my two main ideas, and I hope you guys took it to heart. Hope you guys, the chief and council, the organization's NAN and all that. So I hope you guys start doing something this month or this year, because I don't want to be here next year and then nothing's going on, no resolutions, no proposals, nothing's been posted. It's just because I was talking with elders, and they told me that some of these ideas have been proposed years ago, but nothing happened. I'm not sure if you guys were the ones in power back then, but I hope you guys want to make a change. Miigwech.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, perfect. He's gonna do it. Are you still doing the healing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing the song, yeah.
I think he's gonna do his healing song. Oh, we can figure it out. Dallas and then Antoine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna go do it after the song. Okay.
Yeah.
We want him to do it. Oh, I do. Yeah. So that means that boy gotta go first, or wouldn't you want me to speak? No? Let's speak now. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh, good morning. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's pretty hot in here, eh? This damped my neck, eh? See a lot of brown, shiny faces looking up at me here. Well, that's part of it, eh? Where I come from, Grungwing First Nation, we truly believe that laughter is medicine, eh? That helps us. This helps us thrive in this world that we live in. Well, with that being said, I'll get into my portion of this presentation. And I'd like to start off by saying, to reiterate what I said earlier, when I was in the room with these young people, these youth, they're very, very smart. And a lot of the ideas that they're suggesting, they're calls to action. And we as community members, as staff, as chief and council, need to implement these things that they're saying. Because they're speaking from the heart, they're speaking with passion. And what was a very common thing that I've heard between all of these young people when they're speaking is that they would like more avenues or options to healing. They'd like to see a dedicated counselor in their reserves to help with their mental health. You know, it's very tough for them to create a relationship with somebody when they're only in the community for a month, or they're only in the community for when crisis happens, you know, when something tragic happens. So they want somebody that's consistent and that's in their corner on a day-by-day basis. And you know, in my own personal job, I do that kind of work. And just speaking to these organizations that come in, you know, when you come into our reserves, these youth, they see you. And it could be just as easy as saying, "Good morning, Dallas, how's your day going?" You know, that's your in. Because our youth are they're very guarded, and it's hard for them to open up. So them seeing you on a daily basis, that will help you create that relationship with them. You know, there's different ways of healing as well. There's not just one-on-one counseling. There's also another common thing I've heard these young people talk about is cultural revitalization. They thrive. They want to learn their language. You know, they want to practice their culture. They want to go to get their spirit names and attend these ceremonies. Because I truly believe that, you know, it's their cultural identity. You know, it's who they are as a Anishinaabe person. And it will empower them as they're walking in their life, you know. That's a big part of it. Is I hear these young people, they want to reclaim what was taken from them, you know. And just me speaking to these youth, I want to let you know that all of you are heard, all of you are loved, and we want what's best for you. Yeah. When you go and you walk out in this world, I want you to have your head held high and be proud of who you were. because your ancestors, they were warriors. You know, our grandparents fought years and years so that we could stand up and be the people that we are today. So to jot that all down, that's what the youth want, is they want more access for healing, whether that be in counseling or ceremonies or traditional ways of being. Like these young people were talking about a youth care center, a treatment center, a sober living home. You know, these are some of the ways we as Matawa could help our kids. And also, I'd like to say my condolences to the community for the loss that's happened. And it's a very, very tough thing that we go. And the way that I understand that feeling of hurt, that feeling of hurt that you feel, that's a reflection of the love that you had for that person. I was asked to sing a healing song on behalf of the youth and for the community. So I'm going to go and do that, but I'll explain a little bit before I start that. So the first part of it, I'm going to sing a grandmother song. And the way that it was explained to me is, that's what the words translate to, is it's asking the grandmothers to help us. It's asking the grandmothers to listen to us as we're going through these tough times. And I also would like to acknowledge the strength of this community that I'm standing in. You know, I'd like to acknowledge these young singers, the Spirit River singers. They stand it together when they're going through hard times. The same thing as this community. You know, when crisis happens, that's how we as a Anishinaabe people walk forward, is we got to be there for each other. And I seen that demonstrated yesterday. I'm proud of that fact. So I'm going to go to sing a song on this drum over here. And if you'd like to, you could come and stand or in whatever way you're comfortable, right? So with that being said, okay.
Before he does, we're going to have our last speaker of the morning here. He's our local youth here in the Strandagat.
Can I take this off?
You want to use that? Yeah, you can take it off.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Antoine Minias. I am a youth from this reserve. I have a lot of talking points I wrote, which was inspired by this young lady right here. So I think that we need internal change, not just like external, like buildings and all that, because you could build all the buildings you want and host all the events you can, but that's not going to change what's happening inside. One of the main points I wanted to talk about was parenting. How many of you guys tell your children that you love them? Raise your hand. On a daily. So not everybody. You know, I tell my dad I love him, like whenever I'm like at home with him, that I love him every day. Like a matter of fact, I actually like told him 3 times that I love him before I left home this morning, in the span of like a minute or 2. I gave him a hug too, and you know that's how I spend my morning when I'm with my family. You know, I tell them I love them, I kiss them goodnight, and you know that makes me feel really good inside. And you know, I started, for like the longest time, I wanted to say I love you to my grandma and grandpa, and I eventually did. And at first, it was a little bit weird. I was like, I don't want to do this. But I kept doing it over and over. And eventually, one time, my grandma gave me a fist bump, which was out of the ordinary. I was like, why did you do that? Right? So that was weird. And then a couple months ago, when my grandpa, I believe he picked me up. No, he dropped me off at the airport so I could come back here. He gave me a hug, and I was like, that was weird too, because he never does that. And he's a pretty stoic guy, so I was like, you're showing affection? But yeah, because they've gone through a lot, so I started to think I want to make a change instead of just saying that I want to make change and not actually doing anything to make change whatsoever. So I started saying, I love you, Grandpa, I love you, Grandma. I really appreciate you guys. And I say thank you all the time whenever they give me something or, whatever they cook for me, I say thank you all the time. I say the meal is good and everything. Yeah, and I started to try and build a connection with them. I asked them about residential school. I looked at my grandpa one time when I asked him that. He looked very scared to say it, and I thought what if I kept showing love and maybe eventually he'll open up, It's just gonna take time, and eventually we're all gonna die. So I thought might as well make the most of the time I have with them or I'm gonna regret it all. And matter of fact, condolences to my, I don't even know, cousin, uncle. This family tree is very confusing, but last time I saw him, it was at Walmart. He was just buying a dress shirt, and I thought well, why the hell is he here alone? And he said he just came out just for the hell of it, and I thought that was very cool because he wanted to do something, so he did it. He didn't have no plan. He just left and he did what he wanted to do, and he seemed happy doing it. And I've been on this journey where I try to make the most of my situations now because I've gone through many people and relationships, and I didn't make the most of it whatsoever. So I thought, what if this is the last time I see him? So I gave him a hug. I told him to be safe. I said, bye, instead of see you later. I said bye, as if that's the last time I would see him. And turns out it was. And back to parenting, I grew up very spoiled in a way with love and affection and having all this materialistic things. My grandma was very wealthy. My grandpa was too, and my dad and mom for a little bit, but eventually all those things came falling down. And the only thing that really kept me going was my father's love. But he wasn't a perfect guy as I'm displaying him right now. He dealt with drugs and alcohol. He's very narcissistic like the rest of my family. And I picked up some of those traits growing up. And, it ruined a lot of relationships for me. Some that I wish I could, I'm not gonna say I wish that I still have, but, sometimes I think about it. And maybe that's a bad thing too, because overthinking is not normal whatsoever. He actually told me that this morning, and he's been telling me that overthinking is not normal. Fantasizing about death and things that happened in your past and what could have happened is not normal whatsoever. We're not meant to overthink. Yeah, and we're meant to just live without really thinking much, doing what we want, doing what we love doing. And I'll just give you a perspective of my life and how it's gone. I didn't grow up in the reserve. In recent years, I actually moved back and forth from the city and the reserve. I gone through a lot. At like the age of 8, my house was busted down, you know, drug bust, because my parents were selling drugs and everything. You know, but in that moment, you know, I was scared, but there was a police officer that took care of me because I ended up having a bleeding nose. And everything was going crazy, everyone was running around. But he took the time to make sure I was okay. And he got Kleenex, got me covered up on my nose and everything, and he sat there with me on the couch. And that hope that, you know, someone's looking out for me, even in the like darkest times, stayed with me for a long time. That's like almost 10 years ago. Actually, that is 10 years ago, but 12. And when my parents separated, you know, I moved to the city. I was just with my mom and my brother, and eventually, my mom left me. You know, I was all alone. She left me like in an apartment for like, I don't even know how long. It could have been a week, 3 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But I was very malnourished. I had bed bugs, I had lice, and I was very isolated. No internet or cable. I was pretty much in like a prison cell for like the longest time. And you know, I spent a lot of nights hoping that my mom would come home, that my dad would show up, my grandma or grandpa would come to save me. My brother, you know, he only came back maybe one night or twice. I only remember one night, but he came back and he was drunk. You know, and the reason why she left was just to chase this other guy. And I'm pretty sure she was like drinking while she was out there too. So I was pretty much alone the whole time. You know, I would cry myself to sleep pretty much every night. And you know, I would just have the lights on because I was so scared of all the silence and scared that someone was in there with me. You know, it was very, very traumatic. I watched probably the same DVDs over and over again. I used to talk to myself at the TV while I played video games when I didn't even have online or internet to talk to anyone. You know, I basically became my own savior, my own best friend. And I just kept talking and talking, and eventually someone came to get me. It was Tikanagan, and turns out my dad got me back, but I was already broken. I was very broken. My dad used to watch me like talk in front of the screen still, as if I was playing online with friends, but I was talking to no one. And you know, I spent a lot of time hiding. I still, you know, hide, but I'm trying to break free from that, from hiding from everyone in the world. And, you know, during that time when my mom left me in like the apartment alone, you know, there was this crossing guard that, you know, every morning when I went to school, he would give me a big smile and say hello and good morning, and on the way home, I would see him again, and he would be very kind. You know, I carry that with me every day. You know, I never give up hope anymore. Even like the darkest times, sometimes I'll be at my lowest point, but then I have something in my head just tell me, no, get up. What are you doing? There's no time to waste. You know? Because I'm a big believer in what's right, and for like the longest time, I feel like our leaders, they believe that too, but they always seem to be doing the wrong thing, not listening, not doing anything. You know, for these guys are here, they've been talking about getting a new arena. You know, they want to get a youth center, and I haven't heard anything on that whatsoever. So, and I'm pissed off for them. I'm sure they are too. And it really makes me angry that, they just put it off like it's nothing. Like we're nothing. That our opinions don't matter whatsoever. I was looking at all of you guys, and I was thinking, I feel like some of you guys don't care because I lost that trust. I got no trust for any of you. And that's going to take a long time to build. It's going to take a long time. I've become very observative because, I've been left and abandoned by so many people and had my trust broken so many times that, I look out for what is wrong. I notice these things. I notice all the judgment. I know some of you guys aren't even paying attention. I know some of you guys have broken egos right now. Some of you are thinking, what is this kid talking about? He doesn't know any better. I'm older than him. Well, that's simply not true because we're all human and we all have different experiences. And we're all meant to share those experiences with each other so we could all become better. And I got a lot more too. I got loneliness. I never really was connected with my culture a lot growing up. I didn't start drumming until maybe like my late teens, early teens. I'm not even a consistent drummer whatsoever. I don't sing. Whenever I go to a powwow, I still feel very insecure, like I don't belong there, because I moved to this city and I didn't have anyone. I didn't have a community around me to push me towards building that connection with my culture. So, I always felt too brown for the white kids and too white for the brown kids for like the longest time, and I still feel like that way. Every time I go to a powwow, I feel like I'm being judged. Every time I drum, I feel like I'm being judged. Every time I sing, I feel like I'm being judged. Every time I walk and talk, I feel like I'm being judged. And that's not normal. That should not be normal whatsoever. It's very destructive. So I would say parenting is key to a better future. Tell your loved ones you love them because it has a great impact. Change starts at home. It doesn't start with materialistic things. Treatment centers. I think treatment centers should be better, should be longer. I actually had a recent experience with my brother. He went 4 weeks to treatment. Oh, thank you. But yeah, he went 4 weeks to treatment, and he came back 2 days after. He started drinking again, and that hurt me a lot because I've gone through that experience so many times, and I thought for the first time in my life that this is it. Me and him are gonna take over the world together, but you can't just say a bunch of things without any action. And that's what he likes to do. He likes to say things. But he doesn't believe in them deep down. He doesn't whatsoever. And I'm sure some of you guys, most of you guys actually probably have gone through that experience just like me. So we share something in common. I'm not a politician. I'm just a member of this community that is angry for my family. I honestly I don't necessarily care anymore what happens here. But since my family lives here, I care for them. Deep down, this is always a special place in my heart. But I've lived in the city for so long that it's hard for me to call this my home. But I know these guys call it their home. So I want their home to be a good place to live so they can have the opportunities to be better men and to be open, I feel like these young men right here, they have a lot built up, and I was lucky enough to see a better path. I was lucky to start my healing journey, but I feel like so many of these guys, and so many people in this room too, have some unresolved trauma, and I could feel it. I could see it in all of your guys' eyes that you just don't want to deal with it. Simply, that's it. You don't want to deal with it. You just want to put it away like it's nothing. And eventually it's just going to come back to bite you, like how it did to me. I threw so much trauma onto people I love that they didn't deserve it. And I didn't even know that I was, because it became so normal to me that, it hurt a lot of people that I love. And it made me a bad person, even when my intentions were good. So despite all the good intentions you might have, that doesn't mean anything if you're not putting the actual good actions. That's simply it. I'm just gonna put this right here. So I have a lot more. So negativity. Everyone's so negative. Why? Maybe because they're jealous, they have an ego. Maybe because they have unresolved trauma and they get triggered by the slightest thing. And this community is very, very negative. My dad talks about it all the time. Everyone's just so drugged up, drinking, and eventually that's gonna, if they push too far, that's gonna take your life. And my cousin, my family member, Jonah, was a prime example of that. That could have happened to anyone. That could have happened to my brother, could have happened to my mom, my dad, but it didn't. At least not right now, but I know for sure my dad's doing much better. He's becoming a better man, not just for me, but for the rest of my family, the next generation, my brothers and sister. And I do think that reserves should have a dedicated gym to work out in, because if you think about the 4 bodies of life, you got mental, spiritual, physical, and emotional. So when one's off balance, the rest start to fall apart. So you gotta keep all 4 in balance, because everyone's just like lazy. Everyone's so lazy. You gotta get some of that anger out. Do something with it. Cry. You gotta cry too. Yesterday I was crying. I could have held it in. I thought about it for a moment. I thought about being strong. But it takes a strong man to cry in front of 100 people, thousands of people. Crying is not weak whatsoever. And I can feel so much energy right now from this group right here that they want to cry. They're thinking about it. I can feel it. And a lot is coming from all of you right now. I can feel it right now. I can feel it right in my heart, right in my chest. The chi, that's what you call it. That's what my dad told me. The chi. That's where all your energy is stored up. And I feel like crying right now, but I'm not going to force myself to cry. I'll let it in when it's the right time. So I've had, and I am still going through an identity crisis. I don't speak my language. I only learned about it a little bit in school and in the city, but not much whatsoever. It's a big concern for everyone. I keep thinking about it, like every now and then, like what happens when our language is gone? Is it lost forever? Because that's part of who we are. Also, I wanted to mention that, the little things matter in life, and not just like in politics or anything, or in film or anything really. It matters in life. So, if you're very dismissive of your child and, you're not paying attention to them when they're trying to get your attention, like, come on, that's your child. They look up to you and you're just gonna push them away and say, oh, I'm busy. I got something more important than you. That's what it tells them. My work is more important. This phone call is more important, but it's not. It really isn't. I see so many parents, I'm not going to say who exactly, but I definitely can, that will give them iPads and phones, and they just sit there all day doing nothing, and they expect them to be a good person when they're getting all this information online, like, oh, it's a good thing. It can be a good thing in the right case of scenario, if they're watching like kids shows and all that, but if they get access to, pornography or beheadings online, what do you think it's going to do that to a child? That's terrible. It's traumatizing, don't you guys think? Horrible stuff. And, I look at my brothers and sisters, I see them on their phones, I'm not no saint, I still look at my phone, but at least I'm older now and I can recognize that, when I'm looking at my phone too much, that I should do something better instead of wasting my time. I started studying Stoic philosophy, and in this book, the writer said, Stoic philosophers would think that using your phone is a waste of time. When, it should just be a tool for important things like scheduling, learning, not all this stuff that rots your brain like cancer. Yeah, so I do push mental health a lot. I'm not perfect, neither are any of you whatsoever. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now, obviously. So stop acting like you guys are perfect. Drop your ego and listen. Stop being dismissive like a parent to a child. And stop pushing your agenda and listen to the ones that got you in this place in the first place. Because we're a community, not individuals. We should stop thinking like individuals and start thinking that we're part of a bigger cause, part of society. And I think that everyone should be treated equal. Because I've had instances when I come back to reserve and I feel like I'm being treated differently because, I haven't lived here most of my life. And I'm sure that's definitely true. I feel like these guys get treated much differently than me. I get, stared at differently. I get judged differently. They think, oh, he's too good for us. He's too good for us. He doesn't know what it's like. My brother thought that too. He thought I had a perfect life growing up. He thought like, oh, his life was amazing. Mine was terrible. When that was simply not true. I've gone through a lot. I got bullied. Matter of fact, I got bullied by most of these guys, but I still love them. I used to fight guys twice my height. Matter of fact, I got beat up right over there in that corner. But I'm still here. I still love them like my brothers. Because love runs deep. And if you truly love something, then why not fight for it? So I'm fighting for these guys. I didn't have to be up here. I thought about so many times like, oh, maybe I should just drop out. Maybe I shouldn't speak. I feel like I'm going to be judged. And I probably am, but that's okay. Because my dad would be proud. And that's all that matters.
Thank you very much. That was something else, guys. Let's all stand. Before the group gets away from me, can we have them stand behind the board here, including you, Dallas? All of you guys? All the youth group, and stand behind this board, streamer. We want to take a picture of you guys. All the youth delegates here, stand behind the board. If anybody wants to take a picture, come up here. All the youth delegates. So squeeze in together. Squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in. So these are the youth delegates. If you want to take a picture, come on down. Okay, squeeze in more. Also. Before Dallas does his honor song, he'll be joined with the Spirit River Singers. After the healing song, they'll do their closing song. Then on to Chris Mooney as the host chief to do his closing remarks. And at this time, we want to acknowledge one of the land deputies that are here. He can do his acknowledgments as we speak, as we talk. Yeah. We're going to acknowledge Land Deputy Chief Bob Narcisse. He's going to talk as you guys take pictures. He's just going to say a few words. He can remain where he wants to be, or...
No, I just want to acknowledge the community and I'd like to offer our condolences on behalf of the non-executive to the families. And also I'd like to acknowledge the youth. There was very powerful speeches. And, you know, this is what we, at leadership, we need to listen sometimes. So it was a great opportunity to really listen to them, and the work continues. And I'd like to wish everybody a safe travel home, and also the community of Niskandaga. Thank you for hosting us. And yes, so miigwech very much, everyone.
Man Deputy Bob Narcisse. If you're in and around the building, Dallas is going to do the healing song, joined by the Spirit River Singers.
Remember our youth resolution? What is it?
Oh, yeah. Before we...
Two of them that are critical, that's all, okay?
We're going to do a quick resolution here before the drummer starts drumming. If the majority of the chiefs could be here for a few seconds, we'll do a resolution before we start the drum.
Here's a resolution that was prepared. Is all the chiefs here? There's... I don't see... Do we have all the chiefs here? Oh, we got a quorum.
clarification one thing. That's all.
Okay, this one first.
These two?
Yeah.
This resolution is number 3, dated on August 1st, 2024. Support for the recommendations of youth at the 36th Annual General Meeting. Whereas an opportunity was provided for youth to present and provide their recommendations on how the situations can be improved for youth in all the First Nations in the Matawa, and whereas these recommendations in no particular order included more opportunities for jobs, promotions of school attendance, traditional teachings at school, addressing grief and loss and healing, more veterinary clinics, daycare and preschool, elders needing long-term care homes and communities, more access to healthy food, the end of poverty, gardens grow your own food, building relationships, after school, boredom, community issues, mental health, traditional teachings, healing-based programs, grief and loss healing, the need to learn why we are here, where we are now, the need to inform about our traditional and modern histories in a way everyone can understand, more relationship building between our communities, healing-based program targeting 11 and 17 ages, social media and mental health, local treatment center, more mental health workers, stay at least for a week when a crisis happens, local counselors and natural helpers, in-school traditional teachings, medicines, hunting, fishing, trapping, ribbon skirts, regalia, dancing, and workshops. The solution, Ganogaming does a drum social each week. People can practice dances there too. Art, painting, hand drum making, and moccasin making. Reclaiming indigenous art. After school boredom, heading to drug use. The solution, public youth center 24/7, music lessons, field trips, gym workout equipment. Constance Lake has a rec center open 24/7 and key jobs to the key fobs to access the buildings. The need of a counselor, that there's a consistently in those places. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly accept these recommendations and mandate Matawa First Nation management to find a means to implement them, and further be it resolved that a report on progress in a measurable way to be provided at the 37th Matawa Annual General Meeting in 2025. So I have asked for a move and a seconder, and Chief Munias of Nishkanaga First Station has moved it. Seconded by Rick Allen, Chief Rick Allen of Constance Lake First Nation. Are there any oppositions? Any abstentions? Discussion? Question?
Just a friendly amendment there that the non-youth council be looked into and formation of the Matawa Youth Council. With that could be looked into and with the consultation with the youth. Thank you.
Hello.
Chief Chris
They
Munoz.
also wanted annual youth retreat and exchange, yeah, between communities, yeah. So that they can go, just like the Matawa AGM is doing, go to different communities. They also talked about that. Yeah. Public libraries. Yeah. Yeah. So if we can add those to the resolution. And yeah, Bruce already mentioned the formation of the youth council or for Matawa specifically. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think I just got reminded again that they've also have something in there for family healing. Families can come together to heal. I tried writing all the points in my phone, but I couldn't keep up. So. Yeah.
Chief Sherry Taylor.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, was there parenting programs involved on that list? And also, language was pointed out to us. And, we have a language program, the Walketeer program. How can that be instrumental in a piece that, that we implement with our youth and our children?
Is there a food bank on there? I haven't. I just glanced at the, and also a regular chiefs meeting to update, make sure that the progress or the it continues to be pushed by the leadership. Make sure that happens.
Representation for youth, regardless of where they're from, because most of our Matawa youth too are in front of the
Yeah, a representation from youth, regardless where they're from. Whether they're on or off reserve. So. They need to both be recognized. Yeah.
Cultural revitalization.
Cultural revitalization language. We've also mentioned that also. Yeah. Thank you for. Well, we'll keep on going. This is not the only limited list. There, more than that. We'll keep adding as soon as we go. Right.
Yep.
There's a resolution on the revitalization of the language program.
There is a resolution following after this one in regards to what Chief Munoz just said and Sherry Taylor. Chief Sherry Taylor, I'm sorry. Are there any other questions? Call for questions.
Calling for question.
Oh, Chief Sonny Ganya.
Yeah, good morning all. That's a big list, but I just didn't see anything pertaining elders' guidance because we have to reach back. The reason I say that is that my elder once told me, that he was pulling a sleigh up the hill, and with all what he needed to survive on this land. His language, his culture, and whatever he needed to move up, And then when he reached top of the hill, this is when contact was made by the settlers. When upon contact, the very sleigh that we were pulling, we got on. And then we just zipped down the hill, leaving everything behind, our language, our culture, and whatever it is that we had as First Nation people. So my reasoning is that the elders are or the knowledge keepers. They are the ones that, taught me how, when I was, believe me, I was a youth once upon a time. But, everything I did was based on the knowledge of the elders and my parents. When they are saying about all their wants and needs, to me, that's more like a silver tray. And sometimes, somewhere, these youth are going to grow up and start life of their own with their own kids. So that's why I say, we hunted birds, we went trout fishing, using whatever it is that was out there. And that honed us in on our hunting abilities as we grew up, our fishing skills as we grew up. We took whatever was needed from the land to meet the needs of our boredom when I was a youth. And there was no Matawa, there was no nothing. It was just that, we did what we needed to do. And the people that taught us how to do that were our parents and our elders. So I need to, try and include somewhere along this, we need, some elders' knowledge to be implemented into these action items so that it is what we want to attain, what we left behind that hill when we were just moving up as First Nations people until contact. It's due to all your residential schools, your day schools, your scoop, 60 scoop, all that we are in this pickle today. But we just got to go back. It will be difficult to go back and pick up what we left behind to be one nation again, as a healthy nation. So again, I think with the elders, guidance and involvement in the youth, on what we're seeing here, I would really highly recommend that we include the elders, in their meetings, their gatherings, or whatever. So with that, I thank you.
Call for Chief Judy Malong, Long Lake 58.
Yeah, miigwech for this time. And again, we too from Long Lake 58 extend our condolences to another loss. And, we sure feel all of these things. And, for the youth, thank you for your words today. It truly is a big reminder, of all the things that we need to do and why we even sit in these positions that we have. And like I mentioned yesterday, it is a very hard job that we have to take on here as leaders in our community because there is so much that needs to get done. I just want to share a little bit of what we have for our youth in Long Lake 58. And for a long time, we have been listening to our youth. Your story, I forget your name, but your story of when you were 8 years old. We can't let that happen to our children anymore. We can't. We have to lessen the effects of this intergenerational trauma on our kids. And we have a big agreement before us, and I just want to let the youth know that we are meeting on August 6th, and we're going to understand this agreement that's before us. And that's to take care of our kids. It's a huge offer that we have, but we have to make sure that offer is good. So there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and you're right, we need to communicate more with our communities to let them know of all these things that are happening. Lots of my, okay, wait, I won't go there. But anyway, in our community, we have a community game room. We have pool tables, darts, game stations, foosball, and all that kind of stuff. We have breakfast, lunch program. We have hot supper, hot meals all day long for all the kids and youth who need to eat or want to eat. We have a strong CLP program, a very strong one, and lots of kids get to go out on the land a lot, and I've heard that you've loved doing those kinds of things. We have our own school, right from elementary to high school, and we are now working on giving credits for post-secondary so that, if the kids don't feel like they want to go away yet, they can stay home and still learn. And we have strong land-based programs within the school. We have safe homes identified in the community. So if anybody needs to escape their home, during the night, during the day, when things aren't safe, they have a place. We have an alternative emergency housing for youth, where they can stay for longer periods of time if they need to. We have a Better Together wellness strategy, treatment for youth. And it's really sad that we have to offer treatment for our youth, for our kids. But, that's available to them. And, and then something we're embarking on right now is looking at a Choose Life program officer, because that's available. But, like I said, lots of this funding's available now, and we need to take advantage of these communities. We really do, because we don't know if these kinds of funds are going to be available in the next little while. We have to take advantage of what's here, what now. And I'm really hoping that the work that we're doing at Long Lake 58 is saving lives. When we lose children, that's one child too many. And, so it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of, and again, like I mentioned yesterday, a lot of our communities are running out of well people to help. So, and this plan that we have before us, this resolution that we have before us, and one youth mentioned it starts in our own communities. We all have to do what we can in our own communities, and then we can reach out. Then Matawa, NAN, and other resources have to be there to help us formulate those plans. And it all starts with strategies, and having listing measurable things, measurable goals, to see if we're doing a good job, seeing if we're on the right track. I want to share something. I've been doing a lot of work in our community with this, all along of this child welfare stuff, and it came from our people that one piece of our history has affected families, and why today lots of them can't say I love you, and. When I did this work, I've had 15 three-day sessions with our community members wherever they are since April. So April, May, and June, I've been doing a lot of work in this area, making sure people understand, making sure people are going to be on board with where we need to go with this whole process. And before I started this, I asked our team, I said, we need a bundle. We need a bundle to carry with us. So the way the bundle turned out was that we have 2 little tickanoggins with dolls in them. And we have 2 little tiny chairs. And that represents the ones who went to residential school. And then we have a little baby set, a little sleeper, a little bottle, a little toy, a little diaper, a little blanket, and a formula, and things like that. And then we display that we put it at the center every time we talk about this work. And I just want to let you know, the other night here, while I was in this community, I had a very profound experience in how this bundle spoke to me. And I slept in the same room as my elder here, and she had to wake me up because she heard me yelling. And I just want to share this piece. And what happened in my dream was I was in this room, and I was with, my mom and dad were with me. And my mom and dad are gone on now to the spirit world. But they were with me in this room. And, you know, and they were telling me good night. It was a pretty empty room, just a bed and my traveling bag I had, and there was one closet. And then then after they left, I noticed there was a tikkanoggin standing against the closet after they left. So I looked at it, and then I just kind of comfortably got into bed. Then all of a sudden, the doll in that tikkanoggin told me, Judy, keep doing what you're doing. Don't forget us, Judy. And that's at that point, that's when I started screaming from my mom. And this is when my elder beside me woke me up and told me, Judy, you're screaming. What's the matter? You know? But, you know, this work is so important. There are many voices, many little ones out there that are waiting for us to do something. And I'm so grateful for the youth today that, you know, we're able to verbalize some of their needs and their wants. And, you know, this is just, and they're not, you know, asking for the moon. They're asking for things that can be attainable. But it's going to take work, communities. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of sleepless nights. It takes a lot of talking to people. You know, it takes a lot of making these connections with government, even with our own organizations. Matawa, we have lots of awesome programming, and you know, but we just have to mobilize them in the way that we want them, and that would be most effective for us. So yeah, so I'll just leave it at that. So miigwech, I want to keep saying kids, miigwech youth for your words. You know, they inspire me again, you know, to keep going, and I'll keep doing what I can, you know, with the resources and the titles I do have for now. So miigwech, 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 miigwech.
Call for questions. All in favor? Motion's carried. Resolution.
You want to do that other one, or you want Gideon?
Just one more. Here's another resolution. This one is number 4, dated on July 30. Wait. There's a wrong date. There's a typo. August 1st, 2024. Matawa Wakateri language revitalization, continuation, and expansion. Whereas Matawa Chiefs Resolution 8/12/2023 mandated the Matawa Education Department to continue its work on securing post-secondary accreditation for Matawa Post-Secondary Institute in order to show the need to continue the work across the funds to allow the Matawa Wakateri language revitalization project to continue and become sustainable, similar to other post-secondary institutions and their programs. And whereas the Matawa Wakateri language revitalization project has entered the final stages at the institution accreditations with World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium, which has accredited many similar organizations and adds credibility on a global stage to the work that the Matawa Wakateri language revitalization project has accomplished. And whereas the Matawa Wakateri language revitalization project is entering phase 3 of its 3-year funding cycle and has expanded the program to increase employment of community instructors, and student support. The Matawa Education Department is working on securing a location to adequately support the growing program and ensure proper resources for community delivery sites for the program. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa First Nation Chiefs in Assembly recognize the need to secure additional and ongoing and sustainable funding to adequately support the Matawa Wakatiri Language Revitalization Project in continuing its 3 languages program, Cree, Ojibwe, and Ojibwe, at the First Nation level. And further be it resolved, the Matawa First Nation Chiefs in Assembly direct the Matawa Education Department, Matawa First Nations Management, and the Matawa spokesperson for education to lobby Canada and Ontario for capital funding to support the ongoing implementations of the Matawa Wakatiri Language Revitalization Project at the community level. And further be it resolved that the Matawa First Nations Chiefs in Assembly mandate the Matawa Education Department to procure an adequate delivery site in Thunder Bay and to continue the work in Matawa communities and uphold the current accommodations and the expansion of the workforce and the enrollment of adult learners in the Matawa Wakatiri Language Revitalization Project. And finally, be it resolved that the Matawa First Nation Chiefs in Assembly direct Matawa Education Department provide regular updates to the Matawa First Nation education leadership and the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly. It was moved by Chief Cornelius Wabas, Webakwe First Nation, seconded by Chief Bruce Ashney-Pinisticum, Martin Falls First Nation. Do I do this? Are there any discussions to this resolution? I see none. Call out for question.
Question.
I'd like to ask a question, your previous question, who has the right to discuss it? Is it the chiefs only, or can anybody discuss this in this room?
The resolution is the chiefs, but they can ask their community member to discuss on the resolution. Any other oppositions? There was a question, Sonny Gunna, for Harold.
Yeah, I would like to recognize Joe Baxter. Speak on.
What did he say?
Okay, bonjour, miigwech de kid. With a heavy heart, Kenny, Omaga Juebak. Shagocha, miigwech, and the random. We chew a tiangoma. As you take the man, as you say. Miigwech de kid. Away, when we should not act one down, we go to be a tegoma. Is you up and the man, Kawin Tebe, Minose, Snow, no way got the Chichigat take Chigio tapping, got take Gajigizu. Kabei, like Kawin Minose, Chromatiogam, Chromagus Yacha, Chibijawa, Chionago, Shinik, Chibiga, Chromagus Yacha, Chinando Kendam once and the Ajigizu in annual. You know, Shaguch, Gibatinamenoma, Enistotatian. Shagin Gainitagus Yan, Kinistutawishim. I dialects Kaitchagatic. Can I owe you a megatagus eka get touch, but Shaguch, Chinistatian, me Asian the Windaguk. Wish Ninda and the jawab and then magazine chunji minusego like on damano kiwag ayan dam gaya watch kabiga kno magazine onagushinnik Gawno ya chikana way ma was such gauge manji sewa ayan dam gawi ga kno magazine you know a shen doing ge ate ga kno magazine anyo mi ni ga jawab and then the schooning and gaji ga kno magiano Aistas nin daje misso and then tasogije go chiga knoma genanio. You know, Egjeba skona kweg chiga knoma go jatsu ga tap na moch bizane go ge no kicho ye going chinang tiba moagani which chiaje tiba moagani so ye o tapening o tojigi un chigi o tapening. Because, you know, the truth has been out. And now, you know, it's time to reconcile. The reconciliation comes in place, and nobody should be punished to be reconciled, like for reconciling to get their language back. So I propose, like, you know, we, like, you know, in Ireland, we got no infrastructure as again, like, you know, again, you know, to have this, but we did secure a room at the school. But, yeah, then mi oshkawana anag our students too. And, like, we need infrastructure, like, where's it going to come from? Like, as again, you know, the name of Chigam and the guys and you know, but you know, it's the workforce too. Like, nobody going away no kisi, and then no kina and you can snap him and that nan you got tinga, like, you know, and stuff like this. That's what I'd like to see in a way, like, during the day, Chiga takes Gakroma and watch and she have a Chiga take Tash, guys, like all over the place. Like that's even like in Thunder Bay and Matawa and Dejaco at the MCC Center. Goes into that nanyo, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. You know, we're supposed to speak Ojibwe to each other. At least Chibojo Katyan. Not say hello, at least say Bojo. Like, you know, start with that. Me and the man with this resolution, and you know, I commend MECC. They're doing a good job. We were winning and I commend them. Like, you know, we gave a go and it thank you I taught them much. Miigwech ndiket. Miigwech.
If we could keep our questions into just make a quick point or a suggestion. Some of our youth on the drum group are waiting for their flights.
Chief Muniz.
Just going to be a short thing. I want to recognize our elder Alex Monias on the floor.
Ojo, Roger. Bang ibegatten iket kegon huma kangegon ninisitatanzin a word or two in that resolution. When I was listening to the youth that spoke about our culture as an Isnabwe person, talking about the language and the culture and all the things that we have in our culture, in our communities. It is important to understand the resolutions and the words that are put in there, because that youth was saying he has to come from within us, within our culture, within our lands, in order to regain the identity of our youths, even us as an elders or anybody, adults. I come through a lot of, at the beginning of my young, I came through a lot of, hardships. So that word I don't understand is waka, what, no. I think it has to be changed into our own language so we could understand that word. So that word could come from within our own culture. Yes, it's good to use that word, but it doesn't come from within our own. As an Anishinaabe person, we are an Anishinaabe person. We are Muskego Anda. We are Muskego, and we are Anishinaabe. So, it makes me think what it is. It doesn't go into me. No, so me guy etiga ikitan here, because you're gonna start thinking about our youth guy ikitan. Yeah, me get.
Chief, Chnapizum.
I just wanted to recognize two of my delegates here, Elder Elizabeth Atz-Nipaniskam and woman delegate Kathy Brady. They're going to do a joint presentation. Thank you. And I'm sure they'll keep it short. Thank you.
Bonjour. Nina Elizabeth Archimnashkum, Monia Sangishina Casa in Tauga. Then Magana Machino. Me Maganji one and my missions. I got the Yanamutan Snabemun. And Ninin Domoshkigo, Yonji Dread, no come Sagitong, at Oscar Gajatic. Gina non tan bangi mushki gumun me gwache washiyan. Ujabwe uji Christian this ne kan gumanino de magatashi kan go pingos an gone up je miso ujabwe in this gisho simenino and me when you in the karte go ji kwen the kokia masnaigan gagi ustuar wakateri ga nagano what nin bejagagi knomaganu first year wakateri Karshingi Maklasi and Shnabe Quege, which is Gi Giotapnavan basic Usknik Koe about Nimatano Bonetrish in Enamagaban Chigi Kashkatopan here, Chitotang, Bakanski on the Miabat is a Gangi Totazi. I got the Sugamakan Gikitoban Gakanagano, Jawashag, Washington. Chota pina morje o magateri gagi pito gama king minette kongo etengoche gagi pakna orje ogachogma morne gi pagetna morje tan utti indigenous kajne kandus orje language mo yatonawa in the government ajogi kashkitonawa panegi kenda morje one toarje udishigi shonowa iwe netek I got this ki kashkowog 30 years ki sene gi pagidna marjima in the government of Tavstona show the Shigisho and Wanongum. You go no gagi pisha or Jagama Kinga Gunji or I at this summer beaver chief of Pitoni and Chishavan the Jiabatakue Gaginipsig, Weberchek, and the Morje, Ishigishod. Egotashingi Gisho, the Seminino, and Kyundaman of Kyogi Gonapichi, Ekchina, and the Morje, the Shigisho Noa, and the Shingi, and the Toman, Genino, and the Shigishonan, Gagikno Magosyang, Kakinamas, and I can give me a woman. Jaganashimo Magakenin Gagi Machtan residential school, about 7 years old, Gagi Machtan. Gange Gungi Kendazin Jaganashimon Asian residential school. Metabugo Gagi Nondo Ugemag Hudson Bay Kagituaje Sugar, the Minanando Kan Gagi non the Mangeta, Minant Ago Kinga Jatek. Ego tash machine gun waga pitis yana she chigo komoyan. Dinendam chigi kashkitang oban chigi otaf namangwe kitanashnabe muna kitishgi shornan whether kebugo cree kebugo chikri kebugo ujibwe anishigi aniniwe wachkai shisig ekagitim dialects shinakate we all come from Algonquin language kajgatek mima wenta kanesium egotas gi ugiano wenta nawa igono guskadsag and our health director, our education director at the Gotapnan knows us how the got the bendagane health director education director aya you will get Gotapnan gotagdash. And then I'm going to ask my son's son of Gotapnan giving. Ogin the Winibo Tana the graduation Gagishu episode going to go see teachers Gagiknomoga, Kishabu Ogin South Tamuaji, first year language. Ogipaganov and then the Shawed Gababam said. Kwe ganagach stood greenstone and Schnabe moon, the Schnabens and Onagajan, away the greenstone Ganagamu coach Cheyenne Lavuka or some Ishinakazo. Ugipanaganov and this Gagikanomag first year. It's very advanced in Ginogonan, Gimnoton anyway, Kitoch, Egi Kashktonga, Totamange. Economoga teachers. And I'm sure Gangi Sabendas Yogi India Ganji Veshgi Kibichi Gange Gungain average 2 senior Kendaman Schnabamungina and the Marshwood. Egotash Minogotak Spain Dukan Kyunji Gong Minognashki Magina Matapsi Egasa Bendang. You had the Shmino Gagon Banginga at the Slavics, Nino and David Stomana, Banima, Go King, Gajatek, Gona Don the Sabendas in our average store of Akateriga, Nagano, Ganigani watch, Gona Gisabendas in our average store, a Winneset of Tamuarji and English Roman orthography, Gajanakatek, Shaganashi letters. Mianagamna and the Morge average store. Gianotagwoman, Nianotag the Scavina, but the snow Slavic Guinea woman, kindness and again, Gino and Baby Cock at the Sun ownership began. Machine that can all begin, should began on getting Snabimon on Roman orthography, but me a gasho on the man synagogue. Me and I'm supporting the Daniel Minaji Shwebakima. I was king away, Chicago Tapnam, what the Shiva, Gamakangagi, Kedochakinajo Tapnang, when I got no charge and my king. Kangi Sabin the Yoshagoche, Wagi Ketok, Ingom this Nabangi, Yotapnamangi Ketok, Kangi Gongitagosini, incentive, Chotapnam Warje, and Gisabin the Yoko Oshkatsak, Chotapnam Wart. I got the spaghetti incentive, Minagano, what maybe the kitchen and the Mokashit, Chinamata Boardima, 3 hours, 69 at the Negokai, Negochinamata Biang Magic Namagang. I go in 2 times a week at I do Gate gone in English. I go in Andam Gikato. We go Goni Johnson and no Gikino, which Bagit Nanoni Johnson, Negochi, Jibisha, Onagoshinik, and the Vakandik. You mean, I got a general Mojati, Egato Kandi, Gay, a bit away the Uni Johnson, Gasanagasa, Kandag, Kayorge. Somebody has to watch the kid all the time. You mean, no guys. Gotash Bagosenum Genin Chinondaguan for the language. Bimodoni 19 years in Gito dynamic to Gagush to language and the school and the books. Washkina Kunageban Dogamakan away Eli Gananuch, if I get Nagate my new school, wake to Gotafnanig. Language from Majabach to our K to 3. You know, the words numbers, you know, the words language, the Tam Benamagi Kato. Yinakunage, Conan Jito, the Sioke teachers, Gangi Mikosion and teacher away Gekashkut, Pej Getagia, no Goki, Gloria Gishnakazu, Vagi, the Schnabemut. Teachers no, we're going to lose our curriculum if we do that. English we can have no Ontario curriculum, it's going to want the more economic. We mean, now that she's saying you're not going to get away. Chugamakan. Me in a joke, apiche, and when the march, ega, kitchen and the march, and snapback, Kromagor, gonna go by Bishop, and Chugoshuk. A gamma king a gone George, Kabi, what you got, and Dagoswat. Here, me no show on the man issue of Madison. Me no at the Bangiatanimiket con Nukichunas in Wagnash. I ag Danamat the Bibanig Magisha Algagi Pishawat, giving arts the bathroom arts, and Nisanaka Kiagagi, Anamutanga, away Skadis, Kinashkagi Kagitut, Uyanamutan, Knagi Gongagi man set. I got a skinny on Kagchayang, Dangishkago, Washag, cannot store be overcone. That could go, Mima, and Jamat Zortin and Daguzok, Washak, Skadsak, one of Bogit Nazina, Yobkone, Vinishan about. And you can Sanaganiwe, Starling Egitebnamang, Gan Gikiban Zeman at the Vakak, Nishkadazog, Wikabegadenik, Gongwek Nevasio. Minesho Vacu, on one and Bioconway. And that will be over cut to Nagatek. Oh, Abandana Bangishay Nigagi, Kagi Joganash, 52 years in which you are Gishin, Mishakatofan, Abandangi, Washage, Pindigo, Dana Banagam Shag, Gatek, table and gum shag, computer gajatek. A table man that will be over Gatek Mantic, which might have been a Sar, can wash a Bindigo, the woman. Mishesho today, Uma, Katakonamwatch, going again up, Sioge, Mosert, and the Gashatang, me when I get a Konamwat. With the guy Shang cooking on that also those evening, I see Gongam no come again, the shaman at the call. Mishu Maji do often in a starling. Going to Skigatogumakan, you go there to learn the culture, you know. Zambangi, Knomagan, and Schnabegon. Meanwhile, at the Virgin Marshcourt and Gamatagos, Shagots, Geek, and Annuation of Kawikitan. You were an American got the gospel government to what can I go more? Gikanoma, Tavskut, Kagipetagushno, Kagimachan, the March and Schnabegon. Meanwhile, the Virgin Marshcourt and Gamatagos, Shagots, Geek, and Annuation of Kawikitan. You were an American got the gospel government to what can I go more? Gikanoma, Tavskut, Kagipetagushno, Kagimachan, the March and Schnabegon. Snabe istigo gi magenda nauga kinogi ke banawa gugi ke banawa ceremonies gugi ke banawa kina snabe ga tasodotang me go tashmi ge vino na khuni ge wajgo nog gospel ga dot mod ga na mot mod ga ni mod mi yo mi no ga shikend bana experience that jiketan ge pinde ge ni ma gi nim ge me go tashmi ken ma ge emergenda marji jiga mane toge ginan ka gi minang jon je ko khoshkaing go king ge mo toenge kashmini goinge guardians ke kai goin kana ge gon jiga na van tong ga gi minang mane to maske ke gini bo e ko ban bej go gichi ko de gi jan insan dilik mishenda bushima gini bo ik mishkai ke dot kwek gabon ma kakino shmaske ke gana danginik kita men kakini we maske ge heviche goink ma desin chego ma desin zani bo ishse shivat mi george ge washnungum pop ke jgatek zani bo nawandan man bidem gorjene und ma desort mi not das Iwe mina uit opakketu tapna na ga shiwat mi ette iwe nege namen da morde vini baot gandas we kanino da wasionani kino shigono ke ka bishort mental health kana ganot konigno shwin abesiok gi kanona banig pejga gi pisha dawe of singet gina matabe Givoce va biano washan di bijani di ma gagishi abiti ma clinic. Washingina konshini to da sibana e gotta gagi pisha jo givici on show washan e kabash unit ni sabon pa to ge givici on mishma on ka kanona ta kwesh kam e wa vici wat ane indo to mo ji kishanak e konina chesa bendisi washish iverci Chika gagi kito washes tabskut mentioned the mortgage the bad mort which a number of words. Me minorish of the sort they gonna wash it. Me get Menagoka Gitam, Metes will send them on ban Guanagichaga Kanagi piece of Gino, is the Negasart, Shonia, Shiginagan what gay Pocoseno what you know what and I got what a want to mad the sort. Mino das kotak ke kon ka kenda mani we ka kana gano chawa smart bigger to skon ganin pina gano gandam mimino smart chawa ne kiwe kino to mart gano maski kinga tawats tagon da shiva maski ke ga just to open me gorge inapne orge kino wa just to orge ne gagi mi jorge to tenage ort ta kon yo ke to goi tam mago miski ki over the signal so niche o nishimesh kan matabit mi ke to ta kon yo skon gan ta kon yo miski gam gong clinic a jgat de ke aber just to when in kino Johnson guys in the word, the gun you have stood from the drugs or from the alcohol. You Gishman is said to go set away Garagagino and Dangiskota Gamma Court. Go on a stone mutton and Jagan go in and to talk about you said or Jabanago said. Miguel go on as non dog mosquito. Koni kache besh what I went to get figured what then ange she kills it cars that to Chabanego say go on the stone and can go away to gi issue of similar was it Migai Kitot. Misha Nanaga to Endman Anishke to Tam want to go no Uskat is a guest take sort to give a watch a gatoke when you watch. Iwe gagbe gatti goshto bogat negate gatnege gontas negate mage ga bishange ki pis betgate deimnani inonte gonshto gosno mene kun gaunjiang shingi ketni nin et gaunjiang ge gon ki betnegate search dujagate shagoda takubutona we young gonna go pito at the go me and the morgue get chips of in Mekis Kajagatin. Ye and the mort west station of Kimagan Ishpinito the mort economic drug seeing another on the mort and emotional tabina on Chimananda mort Yoskike Kagana and the mort and the Gotashigonano even drugs cabito art. You Minoa Minosh Boni Tonago it was given to Vito or Janiscotobone. But Nabeko, Gino, Totamugn, and I was up. Watching you can done and come out this young getting you and done issue not on each answer, take you at the martyr. Most sons out then I got the chicken it. Boogie pack and out the Kagan fridge guys got the. You get a scarf snug beer my yatenic. Okay, ketok. Beer, ketok. We know in Ganiko government the Sino Ioniscotabone or Taimang or Taxachaganong that the Gikoska silk. We should get on the Mangovan normalize things to do the Mangina and Kanamata Vinguma and get Otamang. I could get Bahaman, can I get one Jimeno Segitishkonagana? I don't think so. Calling you get machine book. When I go my garden Matavian, can you know the one anic machine? You a patai watch. There's got to be cock Yan Guinea was silk, Garsdang. My God, word case sick. I give to word you have fentanyl, Gajatic. You know, the special nagon a few minutes at I should say, I shall watch Muscugavian, not watching on nurse. I give my judging on 5. We got sang. Can I give my so I wish basic with the and we wash basic. Minogi told them Gagina was you at the Hanik Minogi told them the next night. Mino me Beshganga told them. Minogina was say Minogi my jagana. That was Sanagan you were Ganochi going away. You were much much me issue in the one who came in on the sang. Nino and the Ganamata, she mentioned this Nakana. Give me the woman who Kagaman, Joshi Mejan, one at the big sister. With the Shiva, with the Sangino Stoneman, when Nageka, Kabi towards you, Matamushke, Kamina at Nanan Ocean. Qua can damn when I got voting, machine on get the badgerman, gonna get the Bacunasio, gonna give no matter Behasio, one the Dogoman and I can get away the Gadotan. Mugi Takunan, no job gave it Takunani Ugian job in the reserve. Away give basic go Gomashka in a canning, Nino and council of the Canaman when I got voting. Vishwina Gaishwe Baknino Tadashi Kang Swatim Kendamagade, Ikonagagi Bosawat Nyana Nunje. Quando the shed the Vishnu Shawana Webesho Gamakanis, quando Webesho Kaigan Vishnu Shawan. We take a Skatana Ocean is condemned, Ikonak Swatim when I want. We take a Skatana, Skondemne. Because we go take a Nina wet and dance Kagito owners. We take a Skatgat and to Skondem. So I think if my go there is quantum. Washington machine of a man, also some little kids. He said, it's up that they go. Give piece of a donor bedrooms, a good SWAT team, and on the one was kick. When they magis and so on, come we go out to the casino. Was me now issue when you were not me, no, SWAT team get the Maganoke, or went to Western and endowments. Keep me so keep in at the Biordi in at Hordebo. Given to Mukabanog, the Shivanog SWAT team in the bushes, Vasquez and Takunano. We pass SWAT and Nanon Ukosan. We sure that to give say, oh, do Shagaina Kotak, oh, the Gishana Kanagana Matavit. We know I should visit Gatish quad the essay you agi tot organage Gishman Ovaskagan, Majito, and that boy, that young man, they shot him. Yeah. But Tagi Paskas on. We know sure and the Magano, they have no respect for little people. Me no. Yeah. We are Gagivici was Sunny Bongichunan away, Giton, Shagwood, Mianjiki Pishangin. I'm one of them. The grandmothers, she's 13 now. She win the Monaco. We got
We were just going through the motion of going through this resolutions as we're going way off topic. And we're going to have the last one there, last talker there.
I don't actually like the comment you just made. If our elders are speaking, that's actually quite direct as to what I was saying. What my elder, Elizabeth, was sharing was from her heart, and she was speaking in the language, and I think we should give her as much time as we want, just as we do with all of our elders, and I thank her for sharing everything she just shared. Unfortunately, I know the majority of people in the room didn't understand what she said, myself included, unless I was using this translation equipment, and I've been using it for the last few days, not only to understand First Nation language, but to also pick up on words as it's translated from English into our language. And there's a full box of these over there for the entire AGM, and I'm quite surprised. I think if we're going to set precedents and show our youth and show everyone that we find Wakateri, what the resolution that we're passing here, that every single one of these translation devices should be out and about on the floor, on our ears, as we show everyone respect and that we are trying to understand the language and also, showing example for people. And for the people working at Matawa as well, you're representing our people, and it's important that you understand what Elizabeth just said. And nobody, I know a lot of people, including our Chief's Counsel, political advisor, many of the managers, you just missed out on incredible words. And so that's going to be my closing comments here, that utilize these tools and respect our communities and the people of Matawa and show them that the language, our culture, is important. And I appreciate my cousin Joe B., my elder Elizabeth, and people from my family. They'll speak to me in the language and I'll just look at them clued right out and they laugh at me. But you know what? I appreciate that because it shows that they care and that they know, through residential school, that my mom didn't have that to the importance to teach us. She speaks it fluently and taught it in college. But that's going to be my closing comments today, that if we're going to ask for resolutions to be passed and support, and I know Sharon, she does very well with her language, and she tries to educate herself too and work on it, but it's up to all of us. We should all have these in our ears and show that importance and respect to everyone. We have this equipment here for a reason, and I hope in the future I see everyone with these on their ears. And I thank everyone, and I thank my elder Elizabeth for what she just shared, and I feel sorry for the people who didn't hear and understand what she just shared, because it was very touching and it was from the heart. So, miigwech.
Thank you, Kathy.
So, all in favor? Carried. Resolution is carried.
Passed.
Dallas, Chuck, Dallas Smith will do the honor song. He'll be joined by the Spirit River singers, along with Chief Ajini Baneskam and Ugamakan Sugarhead. They'll be doing the honor song and the closing song. If we can see the couple of the boys back at the hallway, send them in. Feel free to join the drum.
Traveling song? Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, traveling song. Wait.
Spirit River Singers with Dallas, Chief Ucamacan, and Chief Bruce Ajaniban Escom. That was beautiful. If there are any gifts for our youth here, the drum group, or for the host chief, you may do it now. And Chief will do his closing remarks shortly thereafter. There are gift bags over there, so you might just want to grab one. They're free, just right by the end wall there. Don't forget your phones. If there are any gifts for our host chief, you may do it now.
Bonjour, miigwech. I just wanted to have a little gift presentation to Chief Chris, if he could come up here. I just wanted to say thank you to Niskandaga First Nation on behalf of the community today. It's been a real honor for us to come down and see your beautiful community, beautiful lake. Had the privilege of going out fishing yesterday, and we said we caught 10, but we only kept the pan-sized one, as me and Pat called them. But I also want to wish my condolences and my prayers to the families affected by the tragedies on behalf of the community. And as our elders said, I hope those words will be transcribed in the journal, because they are very important words. There's so much that has happened in our community, losses of our family, our direct family, and recently. But we always carry on with the strength from families coming together, like Chief Chris said recently. But it's been a real pleasure to be here personally in the community. We have family ties in this community. As my elder Elizabeth there is a Munias, and her father was John Munias. And it's that connection with the families, that we have to remember that we're all together as one, as Chief Sunny said, one nation. And we have to always remember that moving forward. And this handicrafts, these crafts that was that I'm presenting to Chris today was made by Pearl Achni Paneshkam, who came here accidentally, by the way. She asked me to come as a elder, and I said I couldn't say no, because she's one of our most prolific elders, and she has done a lot for our community. And if you don't know, she's also the sister of late Chani Wenjak from our community, who perished many moons ago from residential school, perished on the tracks. So we like to come back again and visit the community in a good way. And it might be with the other chiefs and delegates sooner. We have to keep on building our friendships and our relationships And I've also known personally Chris for a long time. Since high school, and we both worked as health directors, and we worked together a lot, but with Francine and working on the health issues at that time. Well, a lot of the time was we never caused trouble. We never caused trouble, Chris says. We just asked for a lot of breaks so we could tell our latest jokes. But anyway, I want to thank my elder, Elizabeth Achnipaneshkam, for coming down, Pearl, our youth delegates, Kaya and Angel, Kaya Munoz, Angel Achnipaneshkam is my niece, and our lady delegate, woman delegate, Kathy Brady, also works for us now, and also Maria Baxter came down from, she's works on as KCAD's boards member. But I'll keep it short now and make that presentation. And
Wow.
Chris, I hope you wear those in the winter time, and maybe not use them for wood cutting. Thanks for
Very good.
You got.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. I'll do my after that.
Just one. Hello. I wanted to, before we leave this meeting, I want you guys to acknowledge our co-chairs here. Vincent, Gideon. You know, we went through quite a lot in the last 2 days, but I think if we can give them a good hand for doing a good job here, all right? You know? Yeah, it's very difficult handling meetings such as this sometimes, but they moved it along and they did very well, very respectively and patiently. And so I want to thank everyone, have a safe trip home. Dorothy here, she's making the travel plans, and she will let you guys know as soon as possible. Well, we got gifts for you guys too, okay? All right, thank you, amigos.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I'm not going to say much, but I just want to say thank you. This is my 3rd consecutive year as co-chair. I'm not going to say much, but I'm going to.
Hello, everybody. This is my first time doing this AGM, and I just want to remind you all that do not forget what was said between the youths that was said in each individual community. I've went through this as a youth back in 2014 when we went through a series of suicides when former Chief Peter Munoz, at the time in December 2023, what triggered it. I remember being a student in Thunder Bay, and I could resonate what these youths and what the elders, what they meant, what they said. And there's nothing more when you hear a chief. In my time, when I seen and heard on the CBC Live News, it was a phone call when the former chief, Peter Munoz, begged for help. Remember those, not just the last year, last few years. This has happened for so long. And I hope when you go to home to your communities that you start advocating. Speak to the voiceless, the youths that has no voices. They speak through people. Sometimes the youths don't want to talk to you. They'll talk to other people. I just want you guys to know that try to be open. Be sincere. There's nothing more than important than the 7 grandfather teachings or any other religion that you follow, the Christian Bible. I remembered my father told me this one time in a specific AGM that he went to. And I wish I could recall the elder that he mentioned. But there is a time and place to use your anger, to come together, to come in an understanding. And I hope these resolutions can really see something this year. Not only the chiefs, every single individual needs to pull their weight and try to make a community once a community again. Whether if it's the band office or any other job in your communities, they need to come together too. None of this bickering, playing child games, pointing fingers. I can tell you in the last 10 years, I was very naive. What opened my mind was, like what a young man said, there was an individual that said the internet. I've met so many people. I've met friends in the West Coast, as far as down as Texas. We're living in an age where we need to be open. We have to be, as true Anishinaabe people, our cultures, our roots. I know you guys noticed that I don't say the titles, because when I was taught, when we have these AGMs, we are here as equals. Heart to heart. This is where it's supposed to be, where action takes place. And it is very sad that so many people, so many young people, elders, all ages, had to die to speak on these problems over and over. So, to each individual community, please reach out to your community membership. To each one of them, the off reserve, the on reserve, because they matter too. Coming together, that is the true meaning of being Anishinaabe people. That's just what I wanted to say. I've been holding that for so long.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was my co-chair. And these boys are going to do a last song as we walk out, but there's t-shirts or jackets. Just grab your size as you walk out. As far as the other agenda that was on the agenda for motion for resolutions, the chiefs will get together in August 6th and 7th in Thunder Bay to go through their motions. As far as flights goes, you can contact Dorothy or Vivian just to see what time your flight is. Lunch is at 2 o'clock at the complex. And I'm going to give the mic to Chris. Just a quick acknowledgement, closing remark.
I'm good here? All right. Yeah, you can hear me. I'm often told I don't need a microphone. Naturally loud. You guys, I'd just like to say thank you to the co-chairs, Gideon and Vincent. This was Vincent's first time experience, and although we need to keep involving our youth to take part in those in our discussions here in this forum. So this can be an every year thing that we should consider youth JLS in this forum. So miigats kadinanim kayaik umagawitstaik. I just got a message from Alan Munias, the father of Jonah. He just landed in Thunder Bay. He just landed in Thunder Bay. And they will be going to see their late son before the body's taken to Toronto for postmortem. The body will be taken there tomorrow. So please continue your prayers and continue your thoughts, and make sure we continue to listen to our youth. I hear that. I heard that when I was a youth too. Youth need to be heard, and youth need to be listened to. Youth need to be involved, most importantly. Yeah, to involve the youth, and that's pretty much been my main theme, gaining as a leader. Like never, as an individual, I never wanted to be a leader. I never wanted to be a chief. And my first time a chief, I got here by accident. I forgot to decline. And I won by 1 vote. So that was my first term. I didn't campaign, but and the community saw me fit to lead again on the next election when I ran. And I'm happy to see that there's been a lot of support. And we always say, we keep talking about the same thing. Yes, we do. Every year, same thing, same issues. But the issues, that's what needs to happen, is we need to keep talking about those issues. We may think they're not moving, or we may think nothing is happening, but we need to keep reminded, as the youth did, what we need to keep on working on. Although we're trying the best we can, but we need to be pushed. I was so happy and I was so glad to hear the youth speak today. And that's what I wanted to hear. I didn't really want to hear praises. I wanted to hear their constructive criticisms so I can do more. I can continue to keep pushing and fighting hard to address some of their issues. I was just getting reminded, and one of the youths said, I'm not going to quote him, but he pretty much said, you can build all the infrastructure and have the programs you want, you can have in the community. But that will never take place of a parent's love and affection. So that's what we need to do, is make sure our parents, and continue to teach our parents, show their love and affection to the youth. That's what I try to do as a Nahaganian, as a parent. My daughter's 27 years old. She lives a very good life. I was a single parent, and she was able to succeed, have success, because we didn't depend on programs. I didn't depend on programs. I didn't depend on the leadership. I took it upon myself to make sure that I told her I loved her every day, to encourage her every day. When she did wrong, I didn't yell at her. I didn't punish her. But I tried to encourage positive behavior. Okay, you know, and that's what I'm thinking. We as parents, adults, most importantly, adults, need to do better. Miigach.
Thank you, Chris. After the drum, we're going to have a raffle draw up here, whoever's still here. And we welcome again the Spirit River Singers along with Dallas. For their closing song. All right.
Beard River Singers there, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! We're gonna start having a raffle here if we could have the ladies. For the flight times, you may contact Dorothy at 2:30, or she will contact you, but she will contact the chiefs. She will text the chiefs or email. You'll be hearing from Dorothy approximately after 2:30. Okay, we're gonna we're straight to the raffles here.
Bonjour, Stephanie Rich and Dijnikaz. These are prizes for Matawa Education.